Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, July the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me and see me both in YouTube and in the main room. That'll help. Maybe Pepe or somebody go over to the YouTube room. I want to make sure I'm live there also. So, just waiting for a comment in YouTube. Loud and clear. Thank you, Pepe. All right, guys. So, what is happening this morning? So, BGLC, this is the actually, it's only up 80%. A lot of times we see the first three stocks well over 100% up, but BGLC certainly up, announces a strategic. Gene Lam and Fidelian announced strategic cross-equity partnership. Okay, well, that is the news for it. The big news really, though, always in these ones, it's the float, 1.24 million in the float. So that is BGLC. This one is a continuation a little bit from yesterday. Yeah, REPL. Just give me one moment. I think my malware is. Just give me one moment. Okay, it's settling down. REPL. This was one from yesterday, actually. Beaten up badly a few days ago. Had a little pop yesterday, and now a continuation so far today. Big continuation. And another low. Actually, it's not a low float. It's an earnings play. Did not realize it. It is an earnings play. It is not an earnings play. It's tomorrow. It is an earnings play. Okay. Yeah, July 31st before the market opens. SGD, bit of a continuation again. Interesting day, got up to 164, but it did close down here at 125, so a pretty big pullback. Look where it got to yesterday, got right into the 200-day moving average, and that's where it stalled. So as we speak, though, up 35%, and it is through the 200-day moving average again. Now, guys, like I said yesterday, and probably for the next month, I am going to be really concentrating just on the gap continuation or reversal scans. Not going to be too as interested in these high flyers. Doesn't mean I'm not going to talk about them, and you guys will be able to see them on my screen. But I'm certainly going to be more interested in the gap continuation and reversal scan. You will see that once I get the layout that I use as the market opens. HOG is an earnings play. HOG, Harley Davidson, is an earnings play, and it is up. Starbucks. Starbucks is an earnings play. I think it's up a little bit. SBX, I think it's up a little bit. It's SBUX. Actually, it's a big move. That's a big move, 5% move with $1 billion in the float. So that's a nice move for Starbucks. The next high looking left is 98.20. So it's very close to that high in the daily chart. By the way, guys, even in the pre-market, look at all of the earnings plays there are. Look at them all. I mean, there's probably there are more. It's just I've got certain filters in place. I can barely fit them all in my monitor. So right at the very top, we have a cheap one, Tygo, TYGO. You can see it right there, TYGO. Lending Club. There's Hog. Sarepta. Sarepta's an earnings play. Could be interesting. Yeah, that could be interesting. Well, because we have a plant, because we have a question is how do I check it's an earnings play so fast? Because we have a filter that tells me when a stock released earnings after hours yesterday and then this morning. It's just a simple filter. I'll show you what it looks like. Figure right there. There's the earnings date minus 0.25 means a release after hours yesterday. 0.25 means this morning. Okay, so it's pretty simple. I don't know if it's NVO an earnings play because it's getting hammered down. No, it's not an earnings play, but I'm hearing it on my other monitor. NVO getting, yeah, NVO. If there's any news on it. Can Novo CEO stop rivals from taking over the anti-obesity market? Okay, so that is market is betting they can't. So these are all the earnings. I mean, there are more. Remember, I have some filters in here. I'm sure there are more, but there's Mara. Mara, I mean, it's been I'd call it in the doldrums. Certainly not. It's not tracking Bitcoin anymore. That's for sure. EDU. This is China education. China education. This is down quite a bit. Well, okay. According to our now, you know what? Sometimes I don't realize it might be tomorrow. No, no. If this filter is working correctly, just give me a moment. Uh, you know what? My scan is stuck at the top. I can't bring it down. How do you do that again? I'll just duplicate it. Okay. Okay. I've done something. Ah, that's what I've done. Okay. The symbol. Okay. There's Sarepta. I do. I mean, I see Sarepta here. I do see Sarepta here. So let's see what we have. July 30th pre-market. So maybe our provider is wrong. Yeah. I don't see it in interactive brokers either. So our provider must be wrong in terms of maybe Sarepta changed. Crazy. How do you know what I'm talking about, Pepe? It's stuck at the top. I cannot move it. Not this one. I had to duplicate it. I'll figure it out. I just looking to see if there's Etsy. Etsy is followed, I think. Well, we know about Etsy. Etsy is also an earnings play. ETSY is also an earnings play. So some of the high flyers that are not probably earnings plays. Wing. This is an earnings play. Wow, it's a big move. 21%. Look at that float though, guys. 29 million in the float for a $351 stock. I guess his spread is, yeah, it's 350, 353 right now. VFC, is this an earnings play? Yeah, this is an earnings play also. VFC is an earnings play. 20% move on that one. Big float, another big float. That hard for me to believe that's the float, guys, with a 20% move. Let me just do a quick check on that other website that we go to just to check out to see what the float is, what we have anyway. No, it's a big float. They don't have the float listed, and when they don't have the float listed, they usually do dilution. Doesn't matter for this one. So, all right, it's a big float. Interesting. That's a big move. 20% move with that float. Thank you, AUS and Elisa in our YouTube room, and of course Pepe at the beginning. And we know you guys can hear me and see my screen. Okay, this is actually an earnings play also. Lending Club is an earnings play. We have it for earnings, post-market. So you can see my 15-minute chart, mauve area on my 15-minute chart that I'm pointing at right here. That's after hours, the mauve area right here. And of course, this is the pre-market, the little tan area. So this is an earnings play, and you can tell it was an earnings play after hours because look at the pop after hours, the reaction, I should say. Okay, it didn't necessarily have to pop up, of course. The reaction to earnings was after hours, and it's maintaining. It's maintaining. The post-market highs right now for LC. Do I see any news on REPL? I think, well, we have it as no news that I can see. It appears to be an earnings play tomorrow. If the market opens, okay, but that's on news for today. Well, importantly, was there news yesterday that caused a little bit of a pop up? I do not see any news. No, I do not see any news for specifically for today, unless investors are people thinking that, well, it's going to have some decent news on earnings. Oh, I doubt it. I mean, what can they possibly say? Can't remember what happened here. Was it good? Probably a drug failure. Yeah. I mean, I'm kicked off with our news. We should have that. What date was that? That was on the 22nd. So let me just go back on the 22nd, see if there's anything. Okay, well, at least we do have it. I mean, opinions on FDA drug rejection. Okay, so there it is. So that is the reason. That's why I like to, that's where our news used to be for me pretty good. Not not so much for the news of the day, unless it was an earnings play. Usually the earnings plays are in here. Yeah, so there it is. Hog misses Q2 sales targets. It doesn't matter. It's up. It's up. Hog is up. But this could be one that is going to be maybe interesting for a gap up and fade to see if it appears on the scan. Save our ship, save our soul, save our system, save our whatever. SOS. This is down. So they're doing a financing, $7.5 million financing. See if I can find the price at let's see, 350. Yeah, 350. A little bit below the financing price. Okay, now I just want to do a quick check on the energy sector ETF, XLE. Where are you with respect to the 200-day moving average? So again, we're kind of flirting around it. It did close above it though. There's that green line on my daily chart. That is the 200-day moving average. So that is now above it. I wonder if XLV will ever be above it. Well, ever is a long time, of course. Of course, it could be 141.18, 141.18. So it's still well below. The other one I want to check is materials. XLV, that was reasonably close. Yeah, it's reasonably close. You know what? I'll check a few of the other ones I haven't checked for a while. Financials. You can see it right down there. There's the 200 days, so it's way above it. The semis, SMH. Can even see it way above it. XLK technology, it's been moving away. XLC, communications, moving. Well, actually, communications coming down a little bit, a little bit. SNBR is an earnings play, guys. Actually, Sleep Number is an earnings play. Cheap one, down 22%. Low float, pretty low float. Not crazy low, but it's low. 17 million in the float. Okay, let's see some of the other cheap ones. Let's take a look at SUPX. SUPX popping. Not an earnings play. SuperX AI. SuperX AI. They've unveiled their SuperX X9 XN 9160 V200 AI server powered by NVIDIA. Okay, so put NVIDIA in the press release, and there you go. So there is the SuperX AI. Looks like this was an IPO back here, June of this year. Looks like it was an IPO. At least it started trading as SUPX back there. So as we speak with that news, this looks like it's an all-time, lifetime high. Hmm. SUPX. So Sophie, yeah, so Sophie, really could not hold its gains at all, even though some of the analysts had some of these. Now this is okay. This is not Sophie. This is the long. If you want, if you think Sophie's going to recover, is a two-time long. So right now, Sophie must be down about 7.5%, more than 7.5%. Yeah, 7.8%. Sophie is down seven after the nice day yesterday. Had earnings, had earnings, and some analysts weighing in on them. There's the 200-day moving average way down there. So yeah, Sophie's weak. Ah, now we know why. They're doing the financing, $1.5 billion stock sale program. And that's a public offering of $1.5 billion of its common stock. Wow. They're trying to raise a lot of money. Okay, but that is the reason. So after the nice day yesterday, roping a lot of people in, thinking, okay, though it look where it closed. I mean, it got up to 25. It closed down here, 22, like almost as if maybe people knew they were going to be doing a financing. All right, guys. Boy, SBET is still weak. What is Bitcoin doing? Yeah, so look, I mean, SBET is still drifting its way down, drifting its way down. So not that long ago, this was a $41 stock. 2 weeks ago, 18 now, 18 and a half now. Okay, let's see, anything else? IXHL, what is this one doing? This is Mechanics Healthcare, a big gap up to 179, a pullback right back down to 125. Do not see any, I do see some, yes. With phase two results, reducing sleep apnea severity by up to 83%. So the next high looking left is 166, but that's where it kind of got to this morning. Look above that high briefly in the pre-market. Up to you, up to you, RC. Trade of the week is bull. And the suggestion was to take it if it got close to 14, which it has, which is, so I mean, it's up to you, of course. Hmm. All right, guys. Chris just told me he's going to be on vacation from Friday to Monday, so inclusive. What that means is that I'll try to open the room at about maybe 8:30 or 5:30 my time, or five, but it won't be 7:30. Won't be 7:30 Eastern time on Monday and Friday. Today is Wednesday, so it should be Dan in our YouTube room. Yeah, we should start it. He'll hear otherwise. It should be him. All right, guys. Want to get the layout that I use once this market opens up and running. So give me one moment. Okay, guys. So this is the layout I use once this market opens. Okay, so what you're seeing here, this sorting, what I'm doing, I've sorted on the change from the close. So what you're seeing here, these are the top six from that previous list of the ones that were up the most. And that list had 15. There, these are the top six still, percentage wise. Okay. Now, 100%, virtually 100% of my concentration will be on the gap continuation or reversal scans. Probably have a lot today with all those earnings plays. Okay. Why? Well, when a company has earnings, you can see what can happen. Like stock can gap up or can gap down. And so that's what these are looking for. Continuations, the gap up, continuation, gap down, continuation, or a reversal. Let me just show you what I'm talking about, the strategy. So gap up and go, gap down and reverse. So gap down and reverse. This is the one I pay a lot of attention to, the gap up and reverse. So it's really these. I'm going to try to pay a little more attention to the gap down and reverse. We had some really nice ones yesterday. I didn't take any of them, but the gap up and reverse, got two really good trades out of it. So if you want that one, I normally go over all this at 10 o'clock. Just give me a moment as I find my homepage. Okay, so on my homepage, if you want that scan, Rangus rang as mail. Rang as mail. How's that? Butchered it, I'm sure. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. And now look, I go over this in a lot more detail around 10 o'clock, okay? But in case you want my scan, That scan that I'm talking about right here, the gap continuation or reversal scan. That's where it is right there. And you will not get any alerts until at least 9:45, and that is on purpose for me. I don't want to see anything before 9:45. Things can be pretty whippy in the first 15 minutes, so that's why I like to. And personally, that's what I like to do. Also, sit out the first 15. I really trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay, so what's the SPY doing? So the SPY is well, that was yesterday. So SPY is yeah, basically flat. SPY is up 57 cents. Yeah, and today pretty big day. We're going to have at 2 o'clock. We're going to have the FOMC minutes, but more importantly, we're going to have at 2:30 the presser. So maybe give a little direction on what they think maybe in the upcoming one next in August or September about interest rates. Maybe. What else do we have on the economic calendar today that could affect? What time is it now? 9:30 or 9:27. So we have real consumer spending at 9:40. That's in Canada, so that's not going to affect our market here or the U.S. market. Bank of okay, pending home sales at 10 o'clock. A couple of auctions at one at noon. Business confidence at no, that's another country. Yeah, so we have the rate decision, basically the federal interest rate decision at 2:30 at 2 o'clock. Okay, so we'll probably have an idea right there, and then we'll have the press conference at 2:30. He talks about it. Okay. So certainly 2 o'clock is going to be fun. I'll put this 1 minute chart up. I'll be popping around a lot. And I'll probably hang around later than 2:30 today. If you're Dwayne, okay, yeah, 1 minute to the open, guys. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Certainly, I'm waiting for this one. I won't get anything until 15 minutes. Again, by design. Mohammed, I am fine. How are you? Your YouTube room? And we have about 20 seconds for the open. So there's the TYGO, TYGO, TYGO. It's raised $6 from $3 by Wainwright. All right, we are now open, guys. I'm going to sort this on the 2 minute change. Is Peloton an earnings play? I can't see if Peloton. I did see it. I happen to see it. Is Peloton an earnings play? I don't see it being an earnings play. UBS raises the target for Peloton up to 11 from $7.50. Okay. You can see the next high looking left is a few days ago. I had 716. You've asked me that 3 days in a row now. I don't think it's gonna change that much, Mohammed, for the ATYR, okay? I mean, every day you ask me, I mean, yesterday is down, today it's down, so you're gonna have to wait for a bottom, and where that is, I don't know. Sounds like you're in this one, but I have no idea where the bottom is. Earnings are in, a couple of weeks from now, so but, right now, a little sell-off yesterday, starting off, bit of a sell-off right now. Talking to, Mohammed in our YouTube room. Okay, now when you see a negative number here, negative number, that's a pullback, okay? You can see negative number, pullback, BGLC. So if you are, well, Mohammed, when you're asking me any chance to increase, yes, of course it has a chance to increase, but we don't know though. Everything has a chance to do something, decrease, increase. I'm not trying to be smart on, but I mean, of course, it has a chance to increase. But sounds like you're in it, and you're hoping that it does. DGLC guy. So again, how you can use these changes, okay? It's not just positive change. I mean, it's the change in 2 minutes. And well, here it's 5 minutes and a change in 2 minutes. Now look at SGD. It's a big move, 15%. Look at that. You can see what's happening. The thing with that one, Mohammed, is that unless they come up with some news between now and their earnings release, I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything about that stock. All right, SGD ramping up again through that 200-day moving average, through the high of yesterday. This one I happen to see in the pre-market. Let's see what it's doing. It would seem to be, yeah, this was the big one from a couple of days ago. So they've announced a secondary. They're raising, yeah, a lot of money. Pretty well, 1.8 million at $38. So not bad. So they're raising money at $38. So it's a little bit over the $38 price. Okay. And that is CELC. The high yesterday was 42. The high the day before that was up to 46. Let's see if we can take up that high. Yeah, UBS is an earnings play, not doing anything yet. UPS, I saw UPS. I thought UPS was going to be down. UPS, they're well, starting to move down now, guys. You know what? It was an earnings play yesterday. Got hammered down hard yesterday. That's what it was. I didn't really see it yesterday. A little outside the price range I normally trade, but and it didn't show up on the gap up and reversal. I think it was outside the price range that I have. But yeah, so UPS now FedEx got as a sympathy play. I think went down yesterday also. Yeah, not as much, of course. They'll have earnings coming up. There's Hog Guys earnings play for Hog HOG. It's high looking left on the daily chart. Not that well now it is a little further away as it's dropping, but 28.73. And again, guys, I'm really just waiting for the first one in the gap. It doesn't mean I'm going to peak the first one, but I'm waiting for this one to start feeding me some stocks. It won't happen until at least 9:45. GLC halted on the to the upside. Yes. So I'm displaying this screen for the first time today. This blue screen you see here, this is nothing. Please listen carefully. Nothing to do with trade ideas. The reason I always want to repeat that, I get the odd email coming in. You display a blue screen sometimes. Where is that in trade ideas? Okay, so it's nothing to do with trade ideas. It is time and sales from interactive brokers. And the way this works is that if a stock is halted, you'll see it in red. The stock, it is BGLC, and this column is trying to give you a bit of a glimpse as to where it could open. If you're in this one right now, what you want to see in this column is the number above 844. But this can change. These are typically 5-minute halts. We have just changed to 845. But sometimes, you'll see some huge discrepancies in the halt price and the potential open, like 870, 880. So if you're in this one, that's what you've got to kind of keep an eye on this column. I don't know what, most brokers should have something like this. Earlier, IXHL, that got halted. Looks like it actually did get halted on the way up. It went down a little bit, and then it started to pop. So this got halted on the way up. And this one, when you look at this one, there's your, is it starting to trade? Not yet. Oh, yeah, it's trading now. It is trading now. I'm sorry, this resumed. I'm sorry. I thought that was 9:30. Excuse me. That was a news halt, I guess, a news halt, some kind of a news halt. Stocks don't get halt. There are no volatility halts in the pre-market, but there can be news halts. Maybe not. Hitler, maybe not. Hey, LIDAR guys, LIDAR, LIDR, LIDAR, LIDR guys. Now, the financing that caused this a couple of days ago to really drop this stock, having a little bit of a move. Well, oh, really? Okay, thank you. Interesting. Okay. Are you talking in YouTube or in the main room? Okay. Probably forgot to, okay. Resi, thank you for that. I'll have to just remember, now that that I have to deal with YouTube also, sometimes, and now that I'm closing the room myself, thank you for that. V-wave. Now, when you see this big negative, okay, or red, that means that V-wave is down for the day. Okay, not it's down 3%. All it had to be was down for the day, but it's trying to come back. That's what that means right there. Okay. Another negative number here, Tigo down 3.86%. So a little bit of a pullback. So again, if your style is more of a pullback, more as a pullback player, you can look at negative numbers here and see if it's pulling back, maybe into the VWAP purple line on my chart, maybe a moving average that you like, and see if that holds and acts as support. Okay, so EGLC just opened, guys, and not good. Yeah, not good. Well, not good in that it opened briefly at 8:45, but there was the halt at 8:44, and it's quite a bit below that now. So not good. And we were just talking about the VWAV. Did it go positive? Yes, look at that. It went positive. So there's a nice little, from right here. Now it's positive. Remember that was red. So now this is positive, not up. Well, it's up 9.8% within a 5 minute period. So that is VWAV. More importantly, it's above yesterday's high now, and the high previous day's high was 2 days ago was way up here at 12:59. So obviously it has room. Let's see where this one could open. So if you happen to have taken this one, here's your halt at 825 for the VWAV. This column above the 825. So if you're in this one, that's what you really want to see. But as you can see, this number doesn't have to remain. It'll fluctuate over the course of 5 minutes. If it's a 5 minute halt, typically they are. If not five, then a multiple of five. So BJLC has been it's been a challenge. You can see yeah, the reentry on our AI was 843. So it stopped out. If you took it right off the bat and hit the stop, and it's halfway. It is now triggered halfway between the stop and the buy signal, the first alert. So halfway between 8:56 and 8:30 is 8:43. All right. Now I do see that SBET is having a bit of a pop here, guys. It's went from 1875 all the way up to 20, or challenging 20. SBET now it's at 20. Okay, so it is having a pop. Maybe it's found a bit of a bottom. There's the high of yesterday was at 2090. See if it takes that out. BGLC is pretty wild, guys. It's pretty darn volatile. Give me one moment. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I put myself on mute just for a bit. So ANPA got halted. I was hoping I was not going to see a big, this is the one we were talking about this one yesterday, the potential for it to halt and then have that massive drop. Not yet anyway. It's if it had been a massive drop, we'd see something around maybe $4 or $5 in this column. So on my homepage, yeah, you can go to my homepage if you're looking for it right now. Talking to AUS in our YouTube room. So when you click on my homepage link, scroll down. There's a middle section that has my scans. and one of them is it. One of them is the Halts resumes. Okay, well, shoe is a I'm trying to pay maybe a little more attention to the gap down and reversals also today. Right now, I'm concentrating on the. Want to see if the IONS gets back to the alert was at 43.41. So I'm going to put a price alert down in this area because if it does get that, because look at the room underneath, a lot of room underneath, potential short for me, and that's the IONS. Wow. So VWAV, what a rip over that high yesterday. Now market buys up a little, Dow's up a little, Qs are up a little. Okay, Mara. Where could you? Well, there's see the problem is this is showing up on the gap up and reversal. Problem is, look at the 200-day moving average at 1703. That could stall it. So I wouldn't take it. And then if it takes out the 200-day, okay, it's got only about 50 cents though. So I'm looking for bigger moves, potential moves, a lot more room. So you can see Ion S did not. We're going to hold out to see if it takes it out later on. Excuse me. Fever. Okay, let's hope. Okay, well, so ANP did open, and it's starting to move down a little bit here. So up to you, of course, Kim. But yeah, this one could have been interesting for me, but there's no shorts available, unfortunately. IMNN, IMNN. This is a gap up and reverse, but there are no shorts available. A lot of room underneath. 720, a lot of room underneath, but no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. So I should forget about it. Okay. Okay, guys, VFC is on this. Look at the room underneath, 12. So a lot of room underneath. This is an earnings play. Yes, is a gap up and reversal so far. So far, stick a price alert down here. The actual alert price was 1382. So I'm going to stick a price alert around 1379 if it gets back down there. Now they're not obviously all going to reverse, but that's why I'm waiting on it. And why is this is attractive to me is because looking left, look at the low, $12. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but hey, guys. All right, let's see if this has how much more down does it have? What's the float in this one? Yeah, so it's a pretty big float, which is good. Maybe not won't be as jumpy. 384 mil, 387 mil. Wow, that's right. We looked at this one in pre-market, and yeah, we do see that is a big float. Goose it down just a little bit more. Mm, I'm seeing this XVP got halted, resumed. Yeah, big move. What is this doing? They complete the acquisition of Excella. Okay, that's the reason this is up, I guess. Hey guys, just keeping my eye on the VFC. It's kind of right where I shorted it, so I just want to make sure it doesn't have a big pop back up. V wave. This was a gap. A lot of action in this scanner right now. So this is a gap down and reversal. Okay, EDU China education play. The alert happened at 43.88. So yeah, pretty good so far. I haven't really been paying again too much attention to the gap down and reversals, more the gap up and reversals. Yeah, the V wave guys. This was a great gap down and reversal play. I'm trying to have a lot of patience on this VFC. It's basically where I shorted it. Okay, so I'm just going to have some patience on this one. I remember the one yesterday that I got out of, and it just absolutely, well, I got out of most of it, and then it just ripped downwards. Okay, while I'm waiting, ATRC is our gap up and go. Look what it did. It got almost right into the that next high. That red line you see on my daily chart is the next high looking left somewhere on a daily chart. So yeah, you can see, the gap down and reversal for the EDU worked out beautifully. I didn't take it, but definitely a beautiful gap down and reverse. What I'm talking about right here. Okay, I'm only going to give this VFC a little bit longer before I know I said I'd have some patience on it, but there may be better ones out there. I mean, the problem for me, I mean, it's just not really doing much, but I've got to have patience on it. I remember the one yesterday, it was started with the G, can't remember what it was. It took a long time also, but when it got rolling, it really ran. Okay, guys, ions. This was an earlier one from that scan. Let's see if this is right at the about three lows. So this is probably, I'm sure there are no shares available for me. Yeah, BGLC now is a gap up and reversal play, but I don't see there's no shares available. Ooh, well, you're getting Niakim. eh, You got you now it's halted on the way up. And now we're talking about the ANPA. Wow, what a move. What a move. I mean, I'm not really paying as much attention to these guys. I'm paying way more attention to the reversal plays, but what a move for the SUPX. We saw that in the pre-market. And yeah, I mean, way above yesterday's high now. Excuse me. I'm sure it's a low float. This is out of Singapore. Again, they had Nvidia in their press release. Doesn't hurt. All right, guys. Well, it's 10 o'clock. So as I wait to see if this VFC can have a move, I'm going to go over my homepage, including the. And so if you stick around, you'll see the scans that I'm currently sharing. Now, in case you're, well, I don't know if you're wondering at all, but I do have VFC. It's on my other monitor, okay, thumbnailed. So I'm always checking to see what it's doing. I'm not. It doesn't have to be here, is what I'm saying. So, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. Okay, you can use my promo code Barry15. Just give me one moment, Dragon. Okay, so you'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Okay. And all I ask, use my code. Whatever the code is, it'll change from time to time from my homepage. The room gets credit for the subscription. The company tracks my promo code. And if enough people use it, they'll say, okay, we'll keep the room free. So that's why, and it's always going to be the best deal you can get, my promo. So it's not like you have to wait for another promo. Trade of the week. Give me a moment. Yeah, I'm getting a little antsy on this VFC. Okay, it's a little above of where I shorted it. Not a lot. I just have to keep an eye on it. Don't want to see it pop through. Okay, so trade of the week, you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for the trade, and it's free. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, just give me a moment. Okay, guys. Yeah, took a little loss on the VFC as it's popping up. I may look at it later, but I took a little loss on the VFC. So what I want to do is to put this price alert down here again around the 1376 mark and see if it takes it out later. Only because it's got so much room underneath. It really wants to start giving it up um, later on. Okay, so trade of the week, again, it's free. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. The education section, click on the more info. Really important you do this if you take out a subscription. You have to do this. It's not really not an option, okay? The getting started with trade ideas, short videos to get you started. And what I would do is if you are thinking about trade ideas, you're not sure if this is the program for you, you can take a look at these videos. Don't look at the first one, that's a download and install, but look at the subsequent ones. This this should probably give you an idea, first of all, what the capabilities of the program is or are, and whether or not it's the right fit for you. Okay, so before you take out a subscription, I would look at these. That can help to make up your mind if it's good for you. Back to basics. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is a series of free videos for you if you're new to trading. Last, if you've clicked on my homepage link and you scroll down, here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. So this is what you can see. This is the change in 5 minutes. It's not actually most up. It's actually the change. Could be up, could be down. The same thing with the 2 minutes right here. This is the momentum scan right here. This is the gap continuation on my other monitor right there. And I also have this one up and running, the combo scan, nothing happening in it yet. Okay, so you can take, and there, I was asked where the Halts resumes are. Here they are. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market acts up and down, okay? Now I'm gonna go over this scan in a bit, but First, I want to answer a question. So, oh, the blue orange. Okay, you're talking about this. You're talking about the trade wave dragon. Okay, I'll go over that. I'll go over that right now. So before I do, can you see what I'm going to do, and can you hear me? Okay. So the first thing is, if you right click on your chart, you should have an option down here that says Use Browser Interface. If it is unchecked, you must check it. So that's the first thing. Let me know, first of all, if you can see that option. It says Use Browser Interface. I'm pointing at it. And if it's unchecked, then check it. Done? Okay. Now, just out of curiosity, is the wave on? Okay. So now, okay, now I have to figure out where it is for you guys. Okay, do you see something at the top that says FX? You see what I'm pointing at? You see there's a heart and then the clock. Do you see something that says FX? Okay, so see, I'm on a version that doesn't have it there anymore, and now I have to figure out where it is on mine. Well, if you click on FX, okay, if you click on FX, you'll see a little. I don't like this new. When you if you click on FX, you'll see something. Probably the third down. It says Trade Wave. Okay, okay. Now it's on. And so if you do that, for the charts you want to have that on, then you do the same thing. And then don't forget to save your work. Okay, save your work, and because you don't have to go through it, you don't have to go through that every day. I got to figure out where that trade. You showed me where it was. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So it's there. That's where it is for me now. Okay. The little bar chart thing. Okay. 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 VFC is teasing me again. So I'm wondering if I should be starting to look at some of these gap down and reversal plays. Okay, there's Sophie, gap down and reversing. All right. Well, I ended up taking this again. You're right at that 80 mark. Let's see if oh, sorry, 81 on the short. Let's see if this works this time. Okay. I want to go over this momentum scan for those. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday. The room actually gets opened at 7:30 Eastern Time by Chris Farley at Trade Ideas. I'll go to 2:30, and I don't get on the mic until about 9. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so time zone not conducive to opening it as early as Chris does. So, but I get on the mic at about 9 o'clock Eastern Time. I go to about 2:30, maybe later if there are questions. Okay. And it's a trading room, but it's also a support room. If I have time, I usually have the time. You can ask me questions all day long. Happen to be in a trade that requires my, 100% concentration. I'll let you know, or if I'm doing something else. But typically, I can answer questions. The only thing I can answer is, yeah, if you have an accounting type question, I can direct you to people who can. Okay. Okay, let me go over this scan right here. I want to show you what the power, how I think we distinguish ourselves from other scanning type programs, screening programs, scanning programs. So in this scan, this is what I am looking for. I right click and click on configure and then click on summary. This is telling me what the scan is looking for. So if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 20, that means it's trading at least 20 times normal up to this time of day. Is time of day sensitive? Look at that SUPX, see what's happening with it. In the old days, I'd probably be in this one. I'm just really trying to concentrate on these reversal plays, but I'll get back to these. Believe me, I will, once we're sort of out of earnings season. So again, let me keep going here. So if the volume is at least 500,000 shares, this is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and 5 minutes is 400%, and it's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. These are real-time alerts. So there are a lot of screening programs out there you can buy, and this is the screening aspect right here. These icons represent the screening aspect. Screeners typically will do things like, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are moving the most in 5 minutes, be they moving up or down, or in 2 minutes. Okay, that's what screeners do. Basically give you a list of stocks. What we do, we can do that, of course, but we take it to the next level. We can also say, okay, how about a trigger though? Some kind of a trigger if all of these values are met. In this case, the trigger is the new high of the day. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. If you want to make modifications to it, of course you can. Maybe you don't like my price range. Maybe you've got a filter that you like, you want to add. Go ahead. Now, if you want to build your own scan from scratch, you can do that. Now, here's where it gets a little perhaps overwhelming for people who are looking at this for the first time. And they look at all this and think, man, this is way too complicated. I can't learn all that. Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay. What I'm showing you here, these are all of the triggers, the real-time alert triggers that we have right at the very top, the two most popular ones, the new high and the new low of the day. If I scroll down, you can see we have a lot of them. If I scroll down to get to these icons, these are the filters, the screeners that we've got. So again, don't get overwhelmed by how many we have. When the company started in 2003, they could have gone another way. They could have said, you know what? You want to make a scan, build a scan, learn a programming language. Here's the programming language you're going to have to learn. So they felt that probably most people that'd be way too difficult. So what they tried to do was create enough different real-time alerts and all those different screeners, filters, so that if you had any trading experience at all, you could find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan you're looking for, which is what I did here. Okay, this is what I'm looking for. So you don't have to learn them all. If you have any trading experience at all I would do is just kind of scroll down. You see something you recognize from your trading experience, Click on it. The standard deviation breakout. You can click on it, left click on it, and it'll highlight it. And then you can click on help. It'll tell you what it's all about. Maybe you can incorporate it with your scan. Okay, so you don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn everything. Okay, let's take a look at it. Gap up and reverse for Sono. Gap up and reverse for Sono. I mean, the market is doing well, typical, I suppose, FOMC day, typical, which is the big market. A lot of the big stocks aren't going to be moving that much. Oh, man, it's got room. Sona's got room, guys. I mean, it's not an earnings play. Sono definitely has room underneath. Look at that. 1103 is the next low looking left. So you can see the pullback now for SUPX. Again, this is how you can use this. If you're looking for pullbacks, there's SUPX down 9% in a 5 minute within a 5 minute period. You can see what it's done. It's pulling back. Now maybe it pulls back. It's a wild one, of course, but maybe if the VWAP, if you understand how to use the VWAP, a lot of people look at the VWAP as a potential support area. The stock moves into the VWAP, see how it holds, and maybe it bounces, or maybe you've got a moving average that you like on your chart. Maybe it moves into that. All right, this is sort of a oh, it's Algoma. Okay, this is sort of a gap up, a gap down, and reversal play. Which I haven't really looked at that much. So our EPL just made a new high, not a pre-market high. The pre-market high was up around 707. Well, you know what? This VFC is starting to wear me out here. Yeah, it's a little bit over where I've shorted it again. But down to 1371. I thought maybe that'll be the crack we're looking for. I'm looking for, but all right. You know what? I'm gonna forget about it again. I've just taken myself out of it again. There have to be ones that are moving a little bit better for me. So yeah, this one is showing up also the PEB, but looking left, there's not as much room as I'd like. The next low looking left is 1035. So I'm not that interested in that one. Okay, guys, the Sono. So the alert was at 1079. Okay, so it's about a time away from that. It does have room underneath through the 200-day moving average. All right, the sleep number is a reversal play. I might take this one. Okay, reversal play. It's a gap down and reverse. Obviously, you got a ton of room. The spread, yeah, that's not terrible. I mean, it's an ideal 726, 733. I haven't taken one of the gap up and reverse or gap down and reversal plays. Volume, of course, is well, it's 11.8 times normal. Not a ton of volume. An earnings play, low float, pretty low float, 17 million. Yeah, the VFC is now back down, but I haven't taken a stock three times for a while. Same stock three times. Yeah, that spread is starting to widen, 725, 738. I mean, look, if it tacks on 50, 60 cents, that won't matter, but the spread is kind of keeping me out of it. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. Well, I remember this one, the high flyer. Unfortunately, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. That would have been a great gap up and reversal. That's just not shortable for me. Interesting. Nothing from the combo scan. Make sure I haven't. No, I've got them both checked. Nothing from the combo scan today. Very, very unusual, especially with all the earnings plays. Yeah, this was an awesome gap down and reversal play for the Sophie. Still negative for the day, but just reversing, reversing, reversing. Look at all the room it's got. Yesterday's high was way up here. They did a financing. That's the reason for the drop, though. They did a financing. Wow, Sophie, yeah, that is an awesome one, really. Did not take it. Yeah, different day from yesterday. Yesterday, where's the ions right now? 43.41 is, yeah, different day from yesterday so far. These gap up and reversals are not, yeah, they're gapping down on the reversal, but they're actually bouncing, a lot of them. So when that happens, I just might have to, reverse my thinking and try more of the gap down and reverses. Oh, absolutely, Poe. I mean, yeah, being a dip buyer, sure. Then we've got the gap up and go, guys. The REPL. This is on the gap up and go. And of course, a ton of room. 1079 is the next. Let's see if it holds 7. Probably a low. Actually, it's not that low a float. 53 million. It's an earnings play tomorrow. Okay, earnings play tomorrow before the market opens. I'm interested. I'm interested. I want to see how well it holds 7. Let's see if it gets up to say 7 in the 720s again. May induce me to take it. No, I'll put a price alert up in this area for me around the 720. See if it gets back up to that area and starts to run. Well, shoot, look at SNBR now, and it did have a nice move, and the spread has actually tightened a bit. So sleep number, yeah, this is an earnings play, and it's trying to crawl back. SNBR still down for the day, but it is trying to crawl back. Both yeah, just 2 o'clock and 2:30. Okay, so it's the double today. All right, so Sleep Number, I'm glad I held off. You know what? The spread was okay, and then it widened again, so I held off. Boy, Sophie looks really, really tasty here. Well, the only thing I can say about the VFC is that it's at least it's basing. It's sort of consolidating between the 1370 ish and 1380. Oh, Mara. Yeah. So the reason I didn't take Mara earlier because it did show up on the gap up and reversal scan, but the 200-day was right there. Remember, the alert was around 1720, so the 200-day was there, and so that prevented me from attempting. It's below it, but even now below, I mean, there's 40 cents to that low. If it took that low out, look out. And this is an earnings play for Mara. Okay, this is a gap down in reversal right now. The Sun Coke Energy. It is an earnings play trying to reverse. Of course, all sorts. Well, 50 cents anyway. Keeping an eye on this Sophie, guys, as it's sort of basing a little bit. Obviously, a lot of people are interested. No, I don't mean in this room necessarily, but just in general, a lot of people are interested in this one. And that was a really nice one on the reversal. Okay, just confirmation. Yeah, Dan will be starting a YouTube stream at noon today. Dan is the CEO of Trade Ideas. Okay, so you've got general questions about trade ideas. Now's your chance. If you're wondering about what the status of the money machine is, Now's your chance. Not now. Well, now in about an hour and a half. Okay. Before I leave, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Dan. Well, that's why you'll go. I have no idea about the money machine, where what the status is. If we're, I think we're still trying to internally test it, but I'm sure he'll shed more. Well, he can shed way more light on it than I can, and that's why he does these. But it's not just about that. You can ask, ask him general questions about trade ideas, the direction, and yeah, that I don't know about the coffee. ACG. What is this one doing? ACG. Yeah, a little. Hey guys, Sophie's on the move a little bit here. Sophie, SOFI, on the move a little bit. I mean, it's got a ton of room, of course. Cool, Pepe. Okay. Did it give you a trader's edge? Never tried the mushroom coffees. Guys, Sophie, Sophie, Sophie. Ah, you miserable. Well, good for you. Good for you, Psalm. I don't think I'm not going to get back in it, but good for you. I would have held it had I been even a penny to the positive, but I just wasn't. So, because I don't want to get out of a trade out of boredom. I don't want to take a trade because of boredom, but I don't want Sophie, Sophie, guys. I don't want to take a trade or get out of a trade because of boredom or get into one because of boredom. All right, here's a this one could be a little more interesting. CRTO. This is a what sort of room? 2264. This is okay. So this is an earnings play. CRTO. Kind of like the pattern. It's kind of a little bit of consolidation. What I don't like is the darn spread 2351, 2357. I don't like that spread at all. Shoot, that was a could have been a really good one. 2265 is the next low, so not quite a dollar away. What do I think about Fubo? I think Fubo had an interesting day yesterday. It always worries me, stock gets up to 420, but it closes way down here. Well, mean, that's a pretty. I mean, it basically closes at the low of the day. Trying again. I don't know. Was there any news? Price target raised from to $6 from 5 by Wedbush. So I guess there's some news. I don't know if there's any other. Yeah, Wedbush looks like the only one that's I can see that is Needham from 3 to 425. So it's basically there. So what do I think about it? Where's the next high looking left? Okay, so the next high looking left is 473. So it's got some room, on a weekly chart. It's got some room. Hey guys, moment of truth for the Sophie. 20 getting close to that whole number, 22. So this one I wouldn't take either. Look at the weekly chart. This is another gap up and move down, gap down. Actually, it's not a gap; it's a gap down and go. So really, real spotty looking 15-minute chart though. But the other thing is that the next low looking left on the weekly is not that far away. Had it been down like here, 27, I'd probably maybe take a flyer on it. So guys, this one is kind of holding, okay? The SUPX is kind of holding. I mean, it's been, high up here was all right. This is an IPO for today, guys. A cheap one from China. 1.3 million shares issued. The IPO was priced at 4, so you can see it's a little bit above the IPO price, and I'm sure that it just get halted. It just got. I know it says no. It's not halted. It is not halted yet. I'm not saying it's going to get halted, but it is not halted yet. So there's a good demonstration of why I don't think an IPO scanner is the way to go. The way to go is the way I do it. Okay, but seriously, go to your IPO calendar. When the IPO when it hits, you'll know about it. Pops up on your screen. You immediately see what it's all about, how many shares, what was it priced at, the country. So you have without having to refresh your memory on any of this. So that's why I like to do it this way. I suppose even if we had an IPO scan, I wouldn't use it. I do a little bit of work and just and if you're interested, I can show you how to do that. There's a pretty big one tomorrow, isn't there? Sort of an Adobe competitor. Figma is supposed to. I think it's supposed to open tomorrow. Yeah, online tool for interface design. It designs and develops browser-based photo editing software. So kind of into the Adobe area, I guess. But as you can see, it has not opened yet. It's supposed to open tomorrow. Yeah, Yeah. TK in our YouTube room. Yeah, Figma, FIG. Now that used to be Fortress. So obviously Fortress is no longer around. Fortress Biotech, but what wasn't there a financial that was FIG, like some kind of a bank, regional bank, FIG, but it was Fortress something or other. Well, obviously, they're not around anymore, and these guys wanted this symbol. All right, the first one from the combo scan. Okay, NVO. So why not earlier? Well, the relative volume has to be at least 8, and now it's just sneaking over 8 now. Down day yesterday. So they're in a fight. They're trying to fight all these other obesity drug makers, and so that was the headline we saw. This is probably yesterday's headline too. But can Novo's new CEO stop rivals from taking over the anti-obesity market? So they're not trying to block them. They're just trying to, can they maintain their market share? When I say block them, it's not like a lawsuit against them. It's just that they're trying to maintain. I guess they're the leaders. I don't know who makes those example. Is that NVO? Thank you, GB. Yeah, I thought my memory acquired in 2017. So wow, 8 years ago. All right, guys. Well, yeah, things have definitely slowed down for me here. Yeah, I'd have to start looking at some of these. I'm not wild about taking this Novo right now and NVO, but let's take a look. Let's take a look on the weekly chart. Where could it go before it gets any sort of support? I can't see anything on the weekly. How about on the monthly? And the next, yeah, I can't see anything in the monthly. And I have to back this out a bit. So that month, September of 2022, so about 3 years ago, there is a low there on a monthly chart of around 47.39. So there's a bit of room on a monthly chart. All right, I got to put a price alert at 22 for Sophie. See if I can induce it upwards a bit. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. I don't see anything that interesting. Though the SUPX though. Again, this is not from a continuation or a gap down scan, but the SUPX. I mean, look how well it's holding. This is the type of one that later on in the day, if it takes out the high, believe it or not, later on in the day, this could get really ripping. It is an all-time high. So there's no There was no resistance, obviously, chart resistance. Ah, good for you, Psalm. Well, the VFC is now doing what I wanted it to do about an hour ago, but c'est la vie. The difference between yesterday and today is that this is starting to work really nicely. It's these started to work nicely right off the bat. Yeah, NVO is inching its way down. I mean, my feeling is that 50 will probably can easily stop it. It's a huge psychological number to try to get through, perhaps. It's not that far away. Yeah, I mean the Novo. Well, there it goes, guys. The NVO starting to do it. Not in it, but when you're listening to me, you might look at it very differently. You say, and you might say, "Ah, I love it. I'm going to take it." So really, what I'm trying to do is just point out the opportunities. So I'm like, "Hey, don't I don't trade that much." But others, when they hear me, you might look at some of these and go, "Wow, I love it right now." That's fine. Meets your trading style, your plan. The Cure, this was an early one. This was pretty choppy though. I mean, right there though, it held the VWAP. This was another one of these gap up and go, but pretty choppy. It's not going to get gapped up and kept kind of moving higher, inching its way up. It had a pullback, and now this is there's their high. Cure right now, QURE 1553 would be the next high looking left on the daily chart. But then you've got that high there. So for me, there's not enough room anyway. For me, what I have to check on is the float for SUPX. Excuse me, a Singaporean stock. For some reason, we don't have the float. I do want to check to see what the float is for Singapore for this stock. Wow. Oh, okay. The float is 3.62 million. Okay, so it is a low float. Figured it had to be. So this is a low float stock, 3.62 million in the float. Mike A, that's not what that website has that I really trust. This is what it says, 3.62 million. Actually says Hong Kong, not Singapore. So I don't know, but that's what they have. And I trust that site. Man, I mean, it takes this out. I mean, there's no stopping it. I mean, in terms of the chart resistance, SUPX. Well, I might bring back is my reversal scanner also. The down big, up big yesterday, down big today. Just I want to see what sort of alerts we're getting. I'm going to get rid of one of my scanners. I don't want to have so many. I want the multi-strategy window in it. Well, you know what? I really, really talked my way out of the NVO. Shoot. Well, I don't long-term invest, Mohammed. Okay, so I'm probably the wrong. The question is, what key parameters should we consider for long-term stock investment? I'm not. I mean, if you're long, like what's long-term to you? I don't do that, so I'm probably the wrong person to ask. But I mean, obviously fundamentals will come into play, perhaps. You might want to wait after an earnings call to see. Oh man, this was a great one. This turned out to be a great one. So because I'm not a long-term like again, what do you mean by long-term? Are we talking weeks, months, years? Well, for me, okay, if you're only talking a week, or months or a month, but a month for me, but a week, I'd be looking left all the time to see where it could go. Number one, where could it keep going? The thing is that when you take, you know, if you're taking a strong stock, something that's fairly strong and then it's breaking out, it's all about where you're going to put your stop. If you're talking about when you seem to get into a stock and it immediately drops, depends where you're putting your stop, like where you're going to get out if it's not working. I'm really the wrong person to ask. What you might want to do, are you a Trade Ideas investor or subscriber, Mohammed? Because we do have a swing trade channel you might want to take a look at, and you can take a look at some of the ideas there. Okay, but if you're so, are you a Trade Ideas subscriber right now? Talking to Mohammed in our YouTube room. Okay, so this is what I would do. If you can follow what I'm going to do, if you click on New from the toolbar, okay, click on New from the toolbar, and click on no, 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 no. I'm talking about. I just asked if you have a subscription to Trade Ideas. You say you have an account on Trade Ideas. Nothing to do with YouTube. You just happen to be in the YouTube trading room, so you can see what I'm doing. Okay, so I went to the our toolbar and I clicked on New, and then I clicked on dock to channel bar. Okay, dock to channel bar. So if you click on the show more, we have um, we have something called swing picks. Okay, swing pick. You can take a look at that, and when you do, and these are I think there are five of them every week, and you will see this, and here they are with a potential entry and a stop. Okay, and they are swing picks. So you can take a look at that and see what you think as part of your service. Okay, so again, click on new from the toolbar, dock channel bar. You probably have to click on show more and then find the swing picks. Okay, so you can take a look at that. Okay, another question from Via Perry. I recognize your name. How to copy all the symbols from a top list to a symbol list. So you have the symbol list. You have already have a symbol list. Obviously, I'm gonna assume you do. All right. Let's take this top list as an example. Okay, so I'm going to highlight them all. Okay, just by left clicking on the top and then dragging down, like most programs. Okay, so I've highlighted them all. Then I right click, and you see where it says Send to Symbol List, and you just have to find your symbol list that you want it to go into and click on it, and that's it. Okay, just highlight them. Now, if everything is showing up, if every column is showing up, I can show you how to stop that. Typically you just want the column though. You don't want every row. So let me know if that worked. Okay, yeah, let me know if it worked. Well, it should work. But, yeah, good for you, Psalm. Are you still around, Psalm? Okay, Chuck, and this is you know what? Why don't you go at noon? Okay, go at noon when Dan Merkin, or the CEO of TradeEd is, he's going to be there. Because what you did was you clicked on new and you clicked on channel bar. And why they still have this here, I have no reason, no idea. Because if you click on the dock channel bar, that won't happen. Okay, you clicked on the channel bar, and you're absolutely right. That's why the dock to channel bar was created so that you can click on anything in the dock channel bar, and your layout will remain. Okay, why they keep having that stupid, I mean, that was the old way, and that was the problem. The channel bar is good. I mean, especially if you're new to trade ideas and you're looking for scans. You don't want to create your own scans. You can kind of go to the channel bar. These are all theme-based channels, okay? And you can kind of look at what the scans are. In the old days, before we had that, if you click on the channel bar and now I click on one of these, my layout's going to go. And so, really, that prevented people from really surfing through this, in my opinion. It meant what it does is it gets rid of your layout. You can only have one layout loaded at a time unless you click the layout from the dock channel bar. Why they still have that as an option? Go to, at noon, you can say, "Hey, Dan, you guys should get rid of you should get rid of the old channel bar here." Okay, via Parry. So this is what you do. You can obviously hear me and watch what I do. Okay, just want to have a yes, so you watch. You're going to see what I'm doing. Okay, so click on the tools again. Okay, click on the options, and you see where it says highlight grid row upon selection. That probably is checked. Okay, so if it is checked, uncheck it. That's the reason. Okay. Now, why it's checked, I don't know why. Maybe that is the default. I don't think it should be the default. But let me know that it was checked, right? That's why. I just need a yes. Like it was checked like that. Because now watch when I do it. Yeah, you know what? Now I'm hung up. Thanks a lot. Oh, not hung up. Okay. See now what happens? See, yeah, yeah. It selects everything. I mean, that's okay if you wanted to get everything into maybe an Excel spreadsheet. Okay. But if you're just looking for so now I'm going to have to uncheck it and say, now don't forget to save your work. Okay, like save your layout because unless you save your layout, even though you saved it there, I don't think it's going to save it. So make sure you save your layout. Well, he's got other duties as Sulu. How's that? Oh, you mean why doesn't he come in here on Wednesdays? Is that what you mean? Why doesn't he come in here on the Wednesdays? That's why I give you the YouTube link so you can head over there. Well, okay. Well, you can give him what for at noon, okay, on Wednesdays. Go ahead. Today's your day, Asul, if that's what you want to do. But he is a CEO, so exactly, Wayne. I mean, exactly. He's a CEO. I'll phrase it like this: he probably has better things to do than being in a trading room all day or popping in. That's why he does. He he sets aside Wednesdays between 12 and 1, where all you guys can ask him questions if you want. Well, the YouTube rooms should be getting more active now because now that I'm doing resuming my feed, which I used to do, and now I've started. When did I start it? Was it Wednesday? I guess I started on Monday. Resumed doing the YouTube feed on Monday. Oh man, I made a huge mistake with the NVO. Look at this now. Well, it did pop. Okay, it got right down to 50. Look at that. Remember I said that 50 could be a psychological number to get through? What did it get to? It got down to 50.01. Well, that would have been a nice, from The alert was at 50.56, so, 50-cent move, not bad. Oh, yeah, look at the SPY. Yeah, look at the SPY, not a big drop, but I mean, it's still basically flat. Now, the markets are doing nothing. I mean, they're just waiting, I guess, for the 2 o'clock, see what's going to happen, and then at 2:30. Did not know that. So what you're saying is, if everything was highlighted, but I clicked Control A, it would only highlight this list. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. It'll only send the symbols to the symbol list. That makes sense. But why Control A then? So Control A selects everything. Well, you know what? So what you're saying is it'll just send the symbols. I mean, that makes sense. Okay, what about this one now? Navi. Where can this one go? The alert was around 12, or just underneath 13. So where could it go before it hits the next low? Right there, 1285. Wish it had more room. Just wish it had more room. I mean, the next low on the weekly chart is got right down to it. But even if it took that out, the next low was not that far away. I'd love it if the next low had been about right there on the weekly chart, 1180. So again, it just so even if I just did this and it highlighted everything and then send, it will just send the symbols. You can see how often I've done that, as in never. Ah, shoot. This is doing what I wanted to do earlier, and it's run away from me now. The REPL. Yeah, now you can see. I mean, wouldn't have been easy, but this is in the gap up and go right here. The gap up and go REPL. But I'm not saying it would not have been easy. What we're looking for more are more steady. I mean, it doesn't have to be blue all the way, but no giant pullbacks. Well, I mean, there's the weekly high. So where's the daily high? The daily high is that week. Yeah. So there's the 200-day moving average. I mean, that could stall it, of course. 1074, and it's the same. Well, that's last week, 1324. Wow. So I don't know what this means. I mean, the FDA's biologics head disappears, and that's helping. Oh, I see. So the head of the division, who obviously was blocking companies like REPL and CAPR, abruptly left the agency. Okay, so that's helping these two. How's the other one doing? CAPR. Very similar. Very similar. There's the next high looking left. 867. Stephen Madden, shoe. So lots of room, of course. It's an earnings play, but it's really trying to recover. This is a gap down and reversal play. All right, guys. Let's see. Okay, here's a new one now. CLW, another from the gap down and this is a gap down and go. A little bit of room to about the 24 mark. A little bit of room. Just wish there were more. Was more. Oh, okay, guys. I guess the sub X. I doubt if it's going to do it. I'm just looking. I have that. I have a thumbnail. That's why I see it. So the sub X. Big drop now. Big drop now. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Nope. I have not had a chance to test the money machine. And it's not a matter. I don't think I can. You know what? When you go to YouTube at noon, you guys can ask them those questions about the money machine. I I'm not. I think I saw something in our Slack thread yesterday that it might be getting closer and I know we keep saying that, but closer and closer to testing at least internally. Yeah, that REPL, I really like that one. It just I was almost in this one, right around here. I think it was right around here, and then it dropped underneath 7 again. I said, okay, I think I put my price alert there at 722, but it blew right through it. Yeah, I mean, just, I mean, listen, it is a small team. Trader Diz is not it's not like we're a massive team with lots and lots of developers. So the issue really has been sort of old architecture within Brokerage Plus that which has really hindered, I think, and Dan can talk about it, which has really hindered the ability to, first of all, with the trailing stops or some method to get out, but also getting overloaded all at once with alerts. But you can talk about it. I think they thought they were very, very close last week, and then they ran into a little bit of a roadblock. Well, exactly. I mean, the money machine. Unfortunately for me, I'll probably never be able to take advantage of it, even if I wanted to, because I need a. You really have to have a commission-free broker, because especially if you're going to be in and out a few trades all day long, so you really need a commission-free broker. Do I have? I don't think so. I don't think I have shorts for REPL. Let's see. I don't think I do. The answer is whoa. There are a lot of shorts actually. 118,000, 122,000 right now at Interactive Brokers. Thought I looked earlier. Wow, this yeah, because I don't have a commission-free broker I can use in Canada with Brokers Plus. Grumpy, and I don't know. I mean, we don't know. We have to. It still has to be tested. Well, Questrade came out with they are commission-free. Um, I do know that Questrade is commission-free, but maybe you have to pay for the platform. I don't know. I mean, Questrade. I used to have Questrade a long, long time ago, but all right, guys. Wow, 11:25. Yeah, it's been a pretty fast morning. Okay, so this is an earnings play. Del Monte. I thought I read something about them going with some other company, maybe. I thought Del Monte was they were having all sorts of problems, but not based on this earnings release. All right. Well, I'm going to put a price alert for LIDR at 426 and see if it takes that out. Okay. That's the high of yesterday. Again, they got thumped down at the news here. Nvidia. Okay. Something to do with Nvidia. Had a decent second day. Great third day here. But then they announced the financing right yesterday. And so that knocked it down. I don't know, I saw Shady mention it, earlier, the FTA I don't know. I know he's been, following that one for a long, long time, and it's a heck of a bounce, yes. It's an earnings play. That's exactly the reason. July 29th, post-market, so that's an earnings play. Obviously, whatever they said, market's liking it. Oh, I feel like I missed the Mara. So just, 3 trades for me today, guys. The VFC twice, a couple of small losses, and then kind of a I did okay on the SOFI, SOFI, did okay on it. Okay, this one, IMNN. So what's the next high? Ooh, again, a little bit of room, 937, but I still have to wait for a 9 break, okay? And then waiting for a 9 break, and that 937 is pretty close. If the next high were up here, I'd be all over this one probably, but I just look at this level right there. It's gotta take that out first, which is, basically 9, I think, 897. Gotta take that out first, but even if it does, then you've got this. I mean, 937, I mean, if I knew it would take out 9, get in at 902, 903, and it would get up there, that'd be great, but I don't know it's gonna do that. Okay, this one now, Siege, it's not an earnings play, not a lot of volume. Was there any, this is a gap up and reversal. Okay, this is the headline I'm seeing. I don't know why it's affecting, CGON. Ah, that's why? Okay, so court rules in favor of, CJON in dispute with ANI Pharmaceuticals, but they are going to expects to challenge the verdict. I don't know anything about it, of course, but so that obviously, at the beginning, that was a big pop for CGON. Certainly nothing doing with our AI today. Everything is, I'm looking at the reentries, nothing happening with our AI today. I didn't take this one because of that high up here, but, Cure is on the move. I'm pretty picky, you know? Let's say everything lines up, I don't take the trade. All right, guys, 11:32. So I do hang around now till noon instead of quarter to 12. So I'll hang around till noon. Before I leave, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Dan if you want. He'll be there between 12 and 1. Oh, that's right. I wanted to load the scan. Yeah, so this is one you might want to take a look at. I'm gonna see. I mean, you're gonna get similar alerts probably from the gap continuation. But what this is, there are two. It's a multi-strategy window. Two scans in here. One is stocks that were up big yesterday but down big today, and then the other one is down big yesterday but up big today. I don't think that has to be super up big. Okay, let's break one of these out. I'll just show you what the filters are. Yeah, so the stock had to be down at least 5% yesterday. Okay. And it just has to be positive today, basically up. So to see if it's having a recovery, has to be above the high of yesterday. So that's what it's looking for. And then the reverse is just, and you'll get an alert on the new high of the day. So let's just take a look at this one as an example, and you'll see what it's trying to find. So look, so anything in blue and powder blue, that means it is moving higher. Anything in yellow means it's moving lower. So you can see if we look at SDM, down yesterday at least 5%, trying to come back today. That's what this scan is looking for. I don't know why I repeated it. So for instance, here's PHG. You'll see exactly what it's looking for. Stock that was up big yesterday, down today. So if you're interested in it, I can give it to you. I think I'll take a look at the other one that is not so great, that is not as crazily named. It's probably the same. I don't know why yeah, but that one right there. The difference is it doesn't have to be. You don't want it to be up big though. Like you want it to be down big yesterday. You don't necessarily want it to be up big today. You just want it to be up because you want to try to catch it early. Now you may not. I mean, when you get the alert, it just has to be up at least 1%. It could be up a lot more. So again, here's a stock that was down big yesterday, at least 5%, and now it's recovering today. So if you're interested in something like that, I can give it to you. I'm off my game today, guys. I mean, this is another really good one. I just didn't take it to see John. I think I was saying it was a little bit choppy, but when we get the alert, it was at 26.91. I'm sorry, it was at 27.25. So 26.93 and looking like it wants to keep going down. I mean, there's your next low, 25. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but a ton of room underneath. One moment. I'm just going to put a sound alert on that. All right, guys. LIDAR, LIDR is at 4 now, trying to recover. Yesterday's high was 426. So you can see how well that psychological number of 50 held the NVO. The NVO. I mean, it got to 50.02, and it would not take out 50 yet anyway. And it bounced off 50. Boy, so Repta, guys. I mean, this looks obviously it's weakening. It's still up for the day, but it is weakening. Takes out 17. I mean, yesterday's low was 1577. Take a price alert just underneath 17 and see if it takes it out later. You did a financing, raising money. I can't remember what the price was. I think it was in the 17s though. Oh man, this is just really starting to Okay, guys, one moment. Okay, this is another one. So this is another one down yesterday, up today. NXTX. This works a little bit better, right off the bat because sometimes when we're seeing these now, they've already had the big move. But you might look at this and think, okay, if it's shortable for me. I mean, it's coming into the 200-day moving average, coming into that high. This may turn into a bit of a short. Kind of watching the CGON now, guys. It's taking a little pop up close to 27. I want to see if it gets back into, say, the 2680s, because I think it's obviously still has room all the way down. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I mean, it does have the room. Another one, guys. I mean, here's the hog, Harley Davidson. I mean, it's still interesting. These are still very positive stocks, okay, and massive gap ups on earnings. But still, I mean, look, it's still up 16%, but at the low of the day, fading, fading, fading. There's a part of me that wow, look at this. I didn't take it, but there's a part of me that wonders if when it's up so much. I mean, people still were loving this. They're not loving it right now as we speak. There's Sarepta, guys. I mean, takes out 17. Well, what is the financing at? I have to find out where the financing is at. Somebody say it was 17. Can't find the financing news. Well, I should never say never, but I mean, this SUPX, I mean, look, if it takes out the VWAP and maybe starts to run, it's possible. It could, start to challenge the highs of the day again later on. Possible. I'm definitely watching Sophie again for a 22 break. I'm sorry, it was Sophie that did the financing, not Sarepta. I was thinking of, I think, yeah, it was Sophie, 1.5 billion dollar at 2085. So market shrugging that off. I guess they're happy they're raising the money. All right, guys, 11:48. So in about 10 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Before I take my break, I will I will put the YouTube link in. Now, I'm going to ask this question here. Hmm. Okay, guys, hog still working its way down. HOG. Yeah, I wanted to get this one, but I still don't like that spread. 77.91. This is the CGON. Boy, will this stall it? I mean, look at the NKTX. This is actually a lot of shares available for me. Almost a million shares at Interactive Brokers. Will that stall it? I mean, it's right at the 200-day moving average, 224. So it's right there. The next high, of course, is right there also, 225. Will that stall it? Another one that was down yesterday, up today, big, and also coming into the next high looking left, not that far away. Boy, it's just run out of steam, guys. I mean, it got up to 228. It got a little bit higher than that high looking left, a little bit over the over the 200-day moving average. Has it run out of steam though on that little volume burst? All right, guys. So before I go, I'll put the YouTube link in. Might head off now. Nah, I'll wait. I'll wait till just before noon. So this is the YouTube link. I want to go over and listen to Dan for his 1 hour. I know I mentioned this one earlier. Yeah, because it had this high right there. If it takes this out, I mean, maybe not today, maybe tomorrow. IMNN. I'll put a price alert on that area. If it takes it out, then look how much room it's got when you look back almost to $12. And I'm not saying it's going to get there if it takes it out, but definitely having a comeback today. Okay, guys, I'll put my announcement up here. I'll hang around for another couple of minutes, but I will put my announcement up. Probably earlier, but just in case. I think my number one focus right now is Sophie, okay? SOFI, in case it takes out 22. Later on, it's basing nicely. Why? Well, it's got obviously all sorts of room. 25, next high looking left. Actually, I am wrong. The next high looking left is 2201. No, I'm right. But there is 2201 right there. But, there is the next high looking left. Guys, I'm kind of warming up to this one. The down up big, excuse me, up big yesterday, down big today. I'm warming up to it. Haven't had that one up and running for a long time. Now that I'm getting a little bit more into reversals, this is a daily reversal, of course. Now, I think time is it now? 11:58. Let me bring this up because I have a feeling that I did another one that didn't have to take out the high of yesterday. I think all I had to do was take out the close of yesterday. In fact, I'm almost 100% sure. So I'm going to bring that one up. I only want one of them. I don't want them both. I think I called that daily reversals. Oops. Yeah, daily reversals from the close. Okay, so this will show you when it breaks the close of yesterday as opposed to breaking the high of yesterday. All right, guys, I am on a break now, so I will mute myself in both rooms. Okay, I'll remember to mute myself in the main room. Okay, so we'll see you guys in about an hour. So I'm muting myself in the main room. I'm going to mute myself in our YouTube room. All right, guys, I'm back, and I think I'm back in YouTube also, and I'm obviously back in the main room. Hello, Abdul, in our YouTube room. Hopefully, you can hear me. So, since I left, trying to look at some of these. So here's another one. Here's another one that was up big yesterday, down today, up yesterday, down. Wow, really down today. Yeah. So as we get closer and closer to 2 o'clock, we have the FOMC minutes. And then at 2:30, we've got the big presser. So if you're in any major stock, that follows the market, the Amazons, the Microsofts, etc., probably nothing much is happening. Yeah, I mean, this one still has a shot, guys. SUPX, it's hanging around the VWAP. When I say has a shot, it has a shot maybe of, volume's got to come in. Volume obviously has to start coming in again, and it could pop it through the high of the day. This is an all-time high basically now, not including today's high. Had some news about something to do with NVIDIA. I mean, this was the news, okay, but this is a truncated version, trading higher that the company unveiled its AI server, but I think it's using NVIDIA. Put that in the press release, and of course, that's going to pop the stock. Any news on Upstart? Let's take a look. UPST. Nothing is hitting my headlines. It's not an earnings play. Nothing is hitting my headlines right now, Barry. So don't know. But you are right. There is volume coming in. So there's got to be something happening. High yesterday was about 86.64. So there's a couple of dollars to that high. I'm assuming Dan is done. So any nuggets that he released regarding anything, money machine, etc. Wow, this one is interesting. OLN, look, a couple of lows are right there on the daily chart, basically right at the penny. If it fell in 1967, for me, it doesn't have enough room. You guys can hear me on YouTube, right? We do a test. Boy, another one is just, on a gap up and Reversal play for the EXE. I don't know where it first happened. Oh man, I missed out on that one for sure. Yeah, it's it when just mark this in your calendar, okay? So Dan is on has a YouTube stream at from noon to 1 on Wednesdays. There is yeah, I think it is archived somewhere. Okay, so you can listen to it later, I guess. But if you want to listen live, noon to 1 Eastern time on Wednesdays. He's still talking? Okay. He's gone a little over then. Okay. Man, I wish I'd seen this one a lot earlier. The EXLS, I mean, a tremendous gap up and reverse. I don't recall seeing it earlier though. Well, if he's still talking, you can go here. I think you can go here. But he's gone overtime, definitely. Usually he wraps it up right around 1. The VFC is really starting to. Well, you know what though? Look what it did though. I mean, it was moving down. This is the one I had twice, a couple of small losses on it, and it even moved higher again. But now it's starting to give it up in a bigger way, much bigger way. This was a another one of those gap up and reversal plays, but it just was a little too choppy for me. So okay, this is the definition that I've got. Well, definition. These are the filters I'm using, Andy. Okay. So gap up and reverse, gap up and reverse. So I'll just break it out. And of course, you can make changes, but this is what I'm looking at. So I mean, obviously you make changes here. But particular scan has to be between 50 cents and $60, 300,000 shares. This is the gap. Okay. The open has to be at least 50 cents above yesterday's close. And also that has to be representing at least 4% above yesterday's close. So these two, so that gets me the gap. Okay. And then when a stock makes a new low, I get an alert. So that's the gap. And of course, that's my definition of it in this particular scan. And I delay it for 15 minutes. So I don't want to see anything until at least 9:45. Again, that's just me. Okay. Well, then it's reversing because it's making, because it gapped up and then it starts to reverse. And it makes when it makes a new low of the day, that's the trigger. So for instance, the VFC, which, kind of drove me crazy because it didn't do what it's doing now when I was in it. So, it gapped up to 1532 and we got the alert around here. No, today's. No, no, not yesterday's low. Today's low. If you if you wait for yesterday's low as an example here, it would have to be right down here. Okay, so it's an intraday. It's an intraday gap reverse intraday. Okay. Now you could do something a little bit different. I find it's a little too noisy though. Instead of a new low of the day, you could make it new 5 minute lows, but it gets pretty noisy. And of course, the problem can be if you have a stock that gapped up and it's a big, big candle up. Okay. And you got to wait for it to take out the low of the day. I mean, but that's just the way it is, if that makes sense. So imagine this was the opening candle. Okay. And the opening, say 5 minute candle or whatever. And so there's the low of the day. So the stock could be up here starting to reverse. You won't get an alert until here. Imagine this is the daily chart, but imagine this was, say, the opening 15-minute candle of an intraday. But we certainly get enough of them that don't look that we have enough alerts to deal with. Okay, this is an IPO, guys. AMBQ. So it's a fairly big one. Bank of America is in it. So 3.5 million, 3.4 million shares. Wow. This is a huge IPO so far. So far, it was priced at $24. Okay, so look where it opened. Look where it is now, 41. Now that's indicative, a fairly high priced IPO with only 3.4 million shares. And I'm sure, and it just got halted. All right. Well, we're starting to see some IPOs that are at least have some enthusiasm. Enthusiasm meaning, above the IPO price, and this is well above it. Is Dan still talking? I just like somebody to. I want to make sure you guys can hear me in YouTube. I think I did it right. Mike is not muted. Dan has not stopped talking. Kittler, is that the no? Wow, he's really going over. Oh, he just finished. Okay. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Thank you. Wanted to make sure I had done it correctly. Resuming the YouTube stream on my end. So what's the word, guys? He went overtime. So what's the word? Well, I'm sure there was a lot of focus on the money machine, but what's the word about where we are internally testing and things like that? I was following our internal Slack discussion, and I know they've been making some changes. Yeah, so Figma, right, or something like that. Figma, bit of a competition to Adobe. Figma, yeah, competition for Adobe, perhaps. So this is sort of interesting to me, this band, guys. This is and scan I just got up from I resurrected it today, the daily reversals from the close. And over the whole number, it's been inching its way up over 14. Obviously still has a lot of room. The high yesterday was 1486. So what this does is now these are daily candle reversals. Okay, that's and we're not talking about intraday now. We're talking about daily candle reversals. A stock that was down yesterday and it is up today. And all it has to do to trigger is to get above yesterday's close. Now, sometimes the trigger will be way above yesterday's close. We don't know how it's going to open, but as the other one, the other version that I had, the trigger would have to be taking out the high of yesterday's high also. So maybe a little too late. So I decided, okay, why don't we just make it so the trigger is above yesterday's close as opposed to taking out yesterday's high also. And if you guys want that one, you can have it. It used to be on my homepage, but I think I took it off. Speaking of my homepage, let's take a look at my homepage and the information you can find. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see at the very top, a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Oops. So here's the promo code you can use. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a subscription. Please just use my code or use my code anytime in the future that you're going to be taking out a subscription. If you are, that'll help to keep the room free. The room gets credit for the subscription. The company tracks the promo codes. They see mine being used enough. They'll say, okay, we'll keep the room free. Scroll down a bit. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Please do that before you contact us, okay? That's more than likely that's where it could be if you sign up and you don't think you're getting it. Education section, draw your attention to this because the first thing you must do is the getting started. If you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, that's the first thing you must do. Now, if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're thinking about it, wondering, sometimes maybe the program is the right fit or maybe it's the wrong fit for you. Well, you can take a look at these videos. You don't have to look at the first one, but the subsequent ones, I think there are about seven or eight of them. They're very short. That should give you a bit of an idea as to the capabilities of Trade Ideas and maybe help to make up your mind whether or not it is the right fit for you. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, free series of videos. And you obviously you don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas, to see these. And also the same thing with the back to basics. Free series of videos for those of you who are new to trading. Okay. Last, looking for my scans. If you'll be at the top when you click on my homepage link. Middle section, here they are. So this is the one I talk about now a lot, the gap continuation or reversal scan. This is what it looks like. There are 4 strategies in there or 4 scans in there. Boy, Pepe, this one it was one nice one, got down to 50, but very not too much action in the combo scan. Just one alert today. We're very surprising on a day in which there are tons and tons of earnings plays. But here are the other scans that you can take a look at. The change in 5 minutes, change in 2 minutes. Momentum scan is over here. Halts resumes down here. So if you have any questions about the scans or anything else about Trade Ideas, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. I guess everybody's just kind of biding their time till 2 o'clock. Now, when you say there's so it is actually, termed or called interest rate decision or just the normal minutes? And at 2:30, we do have the pressers, so that'll probably be more interesting unless, of course, at 2 o'clock, they announce a interest rate reduction. We'll probably see the SPY go crazy. For a rate decision, so that is what it's actually called. It's phrased like that, as opposed to just releasing the minutes. Because I would have thought releasing the minutes every time is sort of a rate decision. They're gonna say yes or no. Maybe I'm wrong. So here again is the daily reversal. Okay, so there you've got your big gap down the day before, or gap down the day before, and now it's trying to reverse, and it has to be at least 1%. Okay, so it's just sneaking in now. So this could be early. I mean, this is why I'm liking it. The like taking out the yesterday's close, as opposed to having to take out the high of yesterday. So you might be catching it. Obviously, going to catch it early. Now, doesn't mean it's going to continue. Well, look at Sarepta. I know it because I've got a thumbnail on my other chart, my other monitor. The Sarepta now, yeah, still above yesterday's high. So I was holding out maybe for the Sophie SOFI, maybe taking out 22. Starting to drift down now. All right, guys. Band is yeah, it's making a like a wee move. I call it a wee move now. Okay. Okay, Pepe. Thank you. I'll still be here. All right, guys. Well, good time to ask questions. There's not much happening for me. The band is inching its way up, but not much more happening for me right now. So, good time to ask questions if you have any. Well, I'm sure we're looking at it, but I mean, it's a very so far immensely successful. I mean, it got up to remember IPO it was priced at 24, so basically doubled at the high here. So right now, extremely popular. But it's its first day. So what are you going to do? I mean, maybe if it takes out the high of the day, it could maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe it'll run, but yeah, we're starting to get some decent IPO action now. Boy, this one is still I mean, this could be a real sleeper here. I mean, this the IPO is not that successful because I think it was priced at 21, so it never even got up to the IPO price. And this was an IPO on the 23rd, so last month, last week ago, and it's hanging in the area. So I have put a price alert at the high here, but the other one was at eight. Hmm. What was the other one? Well, you know what? Instead of trying to guess, so here's the IP. That it was this one, ARX, ARX. Let's take a look at what it's doing. ARX. This was a successful one, also. Yeah, I mean the high got up to 31. It's drifting down a little bit, but it was priced at 21. It was priced at 21. So obviously a success then. So let's see. Take a look at this. Is the fig is supposed to be tomorrow, right there. Look how many. Look at the big guys behind it, but just because big guys are behind it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a success right off the bat. Anyway, look at the NIQ. But look at Fig, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, J.P. Morgan, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, etc. All behind it, pretty big one. They're raising over $1 billion, 36 million. It's supposed to come out between 30 and 32. So the success, you deem it as a success if it's trade above the IPO price. And here's another one. This one is on Thursday. I got to put this one down. I mean, it's interesting that Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, and Piper Sandler and Jeffries will be involved in this one. Only 5 million shares. Let me see if I've already done that. So let's check my IPO prices down here. Usually, there we are, FIG and SI. So there's FIG tomorrow. SI, okay, that is the shoulder innovations right there. So this is what I do, guys. Okay, for the IPOs, I basically take a look at them and then I create a on the chart. So for SI, as an example, don't have to do it again. I just put a price alert. Right click, create a price alert. Put $1. Obviously, it's going to be above $1, and then I put the structure. 5 million, 19 to 21, and if it's some big guys, I'll put more, like in here. I put Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs. I don't have to put them all, but now I know that there's some possible enthusiasm behind it. Since YMAT is was supposed to be. I don't think it came out today, did it? Did YMAT come out today? Yes, it did. Oh, that's right. So you can see there's not that much enthusiasm for it. Very low, 1.3 million issued, $4. So it's basically at the $4 price. It did open here, 449, got up to almost five, but now it's right back down to the IPO price. So not a lot of enthusiasm today for it. Best thing to do, put a price alert, a high of today, because you never know. Next week, next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, it might just lie here, and then all of a sudden takes that out and starts to run. Exactly, JTB. The Circle IPO from 51 to 300, and it's coming back. But so what else? Who else is coming out? Here's another one. The next week, though. Okay, Fly Aerospace. So look, a lot of big guys behind this one too. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Jeffries, etc. Morgan Stanley. So same thing I'll do. I'll just do it right now. This is what you can do on the weekend. It's actually kind of fun. You just put them in, right click, create the price alert, put it at one. We know it's going to be over one. Put the structure in 16.2. Oh, my shorthand, I know 16. That's the number of shares, and then 35 to 39, and then I just put big guys. Okay, and that's it. So when it starts to trade, if it starts to trade, my price alert window will pop up and I'll see it. I'll see instead of having to guess, I wonder when it was like what was the IPO price, how many shares, and who's behind it. I can just see right at a glance. I can see exactly what I want to see. So I can tell immediately if there is some success to it or not. There's another one, White Fiber Wi-Fi. Good name. Riley, Needham, and that is next Thursday also. So I'll do it. Okay, so that is The only thing I do is, I just always want to check to see if it's outside of the US. This doesn't look like it is. Yeah, it's New York. So, because the China ones, the Singaporean ones, they can be kind of crazy. Oh, do the same thing. Create the price alert. $1. Get the structure in. 7.8. 15 to 17. And this, it's not a huge one in terms of, but I'll put Roth. A Roth can, sometimes move a stock. So I'll put that one in. Anyway, that's the exercise, guys. If you want this link, I can give it to you. Okay, guys. Again, the band is just inching its way up. Yeah. So to get the true picture of this one, let's look at a monthly chart. And yeah, just like you're saying, it looked like a dog. I mean, the first 2 months, ugh. Now it did have a spike up here, but look where it closed. Yeah, closed. So I mean, for the first couple of months, let me bring back my IPO calendar. So on this page, you can go back in time and see what previous IPOs were. Okay, these are all the ones that have been released so far, and you see what they came out at, first day close, current price. You can see how successful some of them are. And where is that one? So that one was when this was the week or the month of. So that's back in March. So I have to go. So I have to see. I'm not sure how far back I can go. Obviously, I can go back to March, so I should be able to see it right around here. So there it is. So yeah, so $40. So for a while, it was sort of sitting at the IPO price, and then it really, I mean, so the third month up to 131, then up to 186. Now coming back to earth, but boy, oh boy, I mean, so that's what I'm saying. Sometimes these can just lie dormant for a while before they get running. So that's why I'm thinking maybe the NIQ, maybe. Forget all this. This was somebody else. This yeah, somebody else had this symbol. Some other company had the symbol NIQ. Stopped trading as NIQ back in June of 2023. So these guys took this company, NIQ Global, took that symbol over and started trading right here. So, but you never know. Thank you, Tank, for coming in and popping Stantec a little bit. I was getting a little worried when it got under 150. Ah, that's Canadian, of course. Peloton even. So Peloton, why is Peloton moving like this? So PTON through the 200-day moving average. Well, I mean, this has just been kind of sneaky good, guys, as band, just sneaky good, inch by inch, penny by penny. Still has a lot of room. Not saying it's going to get there. 1487 though, 60 cents. Not saying it's going to get there. So I'll be watching this one tomorrow. How's the weather today? Fabulous. Been a great stretch of about a month of great temperate weather. No rain. Just give me a moment, guys. Give me one more. Yes. I've got to convert some US dollars into Canadian, and I'm not very patriotic, but Canadian dollar is sliding a little bit. Yeah, so here's another one. This is down yesterday, up today. Now it's yeah, I mean it's almost at the high of yesterday. This is neighbors. This is yeah, the old drill rigs, short platform rigs. It's almost getting close to 72 cents. It's underneath, it's somewhere, I'm going to call it 72 and a half. Like to see it flash down to about 60. Then I'll you can flash down for an hour at 60, I'll do a big conversion, and then it can come back up. Look at Sophie, guys, SOFI. I mean, I keep thinking if it takes out 22 and holds over 22, I mean, there's that high right there is 22 right there looking left. Well, okay, that's looking left, obviously, but right there and there, a couple of highs at 22. 148, 12 minutes, guys, 12 minutes. Now, okay, so the rate decision will actually be in the minutes, according to everybody. Give me a moment. Wow, this moved. Surprised. Yeah, I'm surprised this moved right through the 200 the next high, like nothing. It says NBR. Okay, guys, look at TWG now. TWG, the next high looking left is 1055. Cracks that. Yeah, this is his top wealth. Yeah, out of China. I think this is. Let me take a look at a monthly chart. Yeah, this is the one, or one of them. No, maybe I'm wrong. Now, it never got up, in case you're wondering, this never got up to $1,200, bunch of reverse splits. So this is reverse split adjusted. I thought maybe this was one of those ones that got halted. Looks like it, doesn't it? I mean, yeah, and they're trying to make it untradeable. 940, 1019 bid ask. Hog? Well, Hog was an earnings play. Oh, I see why you're looking at it. You're looking at maybe the reentry. Re-entry price was 27.43. So yeah, I mean it's not bad. I mean, 50 cent. And a day like today, yeah, no, I know. This is what I know that's the re-entry. See what the other one did. This long 37.14. So still below. No, yeah, still below. That one is above 843, way below. So the only one on the reentry so far today is the hog that has worked at all. So as we get closer to 2 o'clock, I will put a 1 minute SPY chart up, and we'll watch the action. Give me a moment, guys. Big miss by me here on this one, guys. Big, 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 big miss. EXLS 45.54. I think I had the alert in this area, and now it's at 42.69. Big miss. This is one of the ones that I mean, look how nicely it is traded on the 5 minute. No giant bars to knock you out of the trade, and not terribly parabolic on the way down either. So you're not getting people looking at a big parabolic move and say, "Whoa, better take some profit." No, Holly, not a good day today. The only one, oh, even Hog. Oh, Hog just took a header. Well, one thing we do know is that the first move is not necessarily the final move. So when I put my SPY 1 minute chart up, you could see a giant blue candle, then a giant or bar, giant orange bar down, and then you could get a lot of. It usually takes about 3 minutes before you get the real direction. Can be a lot of fun. But boy, what a snoozer. I mean, the SPY's up just a little, Dow's up a little, Qs are up a little, a real snoozer. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do is I will duplicate my 5 minute chart, get it to 1 minute, and there's no symbol linking, so that'll stay. I'll get it a little bit bigger. So again, in advance, so you're going to see some pretty wild action, probably. We have about a minute and a half. All right, 1 minute. It'd be interesting to see what Sophie does, because Sophie is certainly, and some of these stocks are definitely affected by the market. But all right, guys, we have got 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Here we have a little bit of a blue bar here. Rates unchanged. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody thought there would be a rate change other than RC. But what are they saying? Are they saying rates unchanged right now? But if we keep on the right path, maybe a change next month. That's probably more for the press for the presser. Well, there isn't one in February. Okay, all right. I'm sorry, in August. Okay. Well, I don't think other than you, RC, I don't think anybody thought there'd be a rate change today. Really? Okay. All right, guys. Now market is starting to see. Remember that first direction was positive. Now we're starting to drift down a little bit. Yeah, you know what? There's the VWAP. There's the VWAP right there. Usually give it about 3 minutes. All right, this looks like well, it's hard to know. I mean, there's the VWAP. There's the VWAP, and the SPY is still positive. The Dow is just down as. I mean, nothing's moved. Nothing's really moved. All right, I usually just put this up. This is just for entertainment purposes. Sometimes but enough of that. Now 2:30 will be the presser. Not right at 2:30. Okay, I mean he'll talk and what he says might move, but then the questions. What are you sorry for? Okay, guys. Well, I mean, right now, I almost feel like taking off, but I will stick around to 2:30 and a little bit after. I don't know Market Frog. I didn't hear it either. Maybe if somebody wants to do, as he says, the cliff notes on the money machine. I know he's pushing the developers as fast as he can. They can work, but other than that, I don't know. Believe me, it's been very frustrating for him. But the other thing, just think of it this way, though. The technology has to work. Well, I would say, I mean, it's probably a year. Last July, I think, is when they first started talking about it. So I think it's probably about a year now. and they hit some snags along the way. But I think they're doing the right thing. I mean, they have not released it until they're sure the technology works the way it's supposed to. Now, will everybody make money based on on your top lists or tree maps and all that? That's another issue. But it's the technology that has to work. Okay, so not getting interactive brokers and trade ideas working. So, what do you mean by that exactly, Dragon? Are you talking about when you click? You're trying to establish the link, the external link. So when you click on a symbol, it'll load into your IB platform. Is that what you mean? Oh, so you're talking about Brokers Plus. Okay, so now I don't want to dissuade you from using Brokers Plus, but is there a reason why you want to use Brokers Plus? Because you know you can just establish a very simple link using the external linking tool, and so that when you click on a symbol, it loads into your IB platform, and from there you trade it. I mean, that's what I do. But so is there a specific reason why you want to use Brokerage Plus? Yeah, establishing the link is really simple. I mean, that's what I've done forever now. So basically, all you have to do is you click on Tools and External Linking. So you see, I'm already now. The rule is Interactive Brokers live, okay? But all you do is, you're going to start from scratch. You add the link, you add the link, and see what it says while keeping the window active. Mouse over the target window. You basically just put your pointer right in the order entry of Interactive Brokers, okay, and then hold down the Shift key to select the window. So that's that. The only other thing you have to do is go to the rule, okay, the rule, and select Interactive Brokers Live. You will see in this list when it's not clickable for me right now, but there's a list. Hit the down arrow, I think, and then you'll see a bunch, like a long list, and just pick Interactive Brokers Live. That's it. Now, let me let so tell me if that worked for you, okay? Because maybe I went too fast, but because then you just click on an alert and it loads into your IB platform, and from there you trade it. It is surprising how many people don't know that we link with many. Oh, great. Okay. Now, I think I don't think I've ever had to worry about the sequence and shutting it down. But even if you have to do it every day, I mean, how long did that take you? 10 seconds, 15 seconds max? But I think if you shut trade ideas down first and then close down IB, and then tomorrow open IB and then trade ideas, the link should be there still. If it's not there, then you just have to do it again. I don't think it's ever mattered. on my end. What the order is in terms of shutting down. It would still be, yeah, I mean, but now you know how to do it. Okay, so uh, well, you didn't really miss too much, Pepe, in terms of there's the action really, not really anything, no rate increase, no rate decrease. Well, no increase, of course, but okay, guys. Well, okay, it's 2:15. I will hang around to 2:30, a little later, and a little bit more, just to see maybe a little bit of the action during the presser. But other than that, yeah, I mean, the SUPX still looks interesting to me. It's just hanging underneath the VWAP. Imagine if all of a sudden we get like 100,000 shares coming in. Do I have a copy of the Bouncers Toppers? I do. Don't have it up and running, but I can get it for you. Okay, there you go. Well, I don't think anybody thought, yeah, FinFan forever. I don't think, well, other than some people in the room, but I don't think anybody thought there was going to be a rate decrease. So there was no surprise, really. The surprise would have been one, and then the market would have just probably gone off on a bit of a tear. But I don't think there was any surprise that there was no rate increase. So hence, market doesn't care. All right, guys, 2:18, so yeah, 12 minutes or so. The presser, I'll hang around a little bit after, but that's it. I don't really think there's going to be much. So now today's Wednesday. I have to remember, I have to put a note to myself. I will have to open the room on Friday. I don't know what time because Chris is on vacation Monday and Friday. Friday and this coming Friday and Monday. He's been opening the room at 7:30, so I I'm not going to be opening it then. Eastern time. All right. Well, listen, if you got questions, ask them now. I'm taking off very soon. Guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'll come back at 2:30 just to I get the spy chart up. I'm going to just put myself on mute. Nobody's asking questions or anything, so I'll just put myself on mute now. And come back. If there's a question, I'll come back on the mic. Okay, so I'm muting myself right now. If you're asking me if I think Sarepta will make it up to 18, I have no idea. No idea for Sarepta. No, right now it's below the VWAP. Okay, so there is that. A little bit, it's going to take out the VWAP. It's right at the VWAP, but I mean, I have no idea if it's going to make it up to 1850. Right there is these two 5-minute candles look like around 1850, but honestly, I have no idea. All right, I'm back, guys, but I will keep myself on mute to see what sort of reaction there is between 2:30 and 2:35. Okay, guys, I think I will take off. I mean, here's a little reaction in the spy. Nothing unbelievable, but take a look at Sophie. Look how many times it tried to get through 22, about one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, now eight to get through 22. What if nine is the lucky one? Nine or 10 might be the lucky one to get through 22. Why am I fixated on it? Because of, the gap potential fill into this area. Okay, guys, I'm out of here now. Unless there's a question, I'll hang around if there is a question. Otherwise, thank you for all the help all day long. Chris will open the room tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern time in the morning. I'll get on the mic at about 9. So have a great evening, everybody, and we shall see you tomorrow. I'm ending the stream in YouTube.